the mic. Oh, that's a bit loud. There it goes. We are live. We are in, and I don't know why this is so loud. That sounds a bit better. Chick chick. Oh yes, Monday morning. The new mission. Conditions are perfect. Dogs in the bed. Oh, I can't really tweak the cam. We can go out. We can go a little bit in. Dog cam live. And I don't know, things sound funny. Oh, that's not on. Okay, that makes sense. Yes, better. Little hardy my going. I know there's a little delay. So today's mission is to make everything in the Codebase good. Simple mission, easily achieved. Started on this yesterday. Actually spent a good deal of time yesterday making a lot of changes. Not adding new things, but fixing, well, making half implemented things better, and starting to sort of, things just, when you make things sometimes they're just all over the place. Danny 3 XP. How you doing? Yep. So it's kind of like at some point you gotta look at the things that you're gonna fix in the future and fix them now, because it was getting a little hideous. It's still a bit all over the place, but there's a lot of improvements made. One of the big things I did yesterday was move all the IamGUI UI out of the Genie and into the editor. It's just the editor UI now. And now I'm in the process of putting all the UI elements in the same place. So the only place that IamGUI is called from is in this editor UI file, and organizing it a lot better. And then making these automated tool windows that draw themselves. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. Hi to Mai and welcome. Hope everyone's doing well. Oh yeah, some smooth music. Smooth music. What else has been going on? Just going through it. Every time I find something that I'm like, that's something that I intend to fix in the future, I'm like, let's just fix it now. And try to start actually treating the project like it has borders. Like, these things that we're doing, this is the way they are. And trying not to write crappy code or decrapification of the existing code. I wonder if I've got enough juice on this thing to write some notes. Oh, does this reach all the way? That would be amazing if it did. Come on, little friend. Come on, little power pack. Come here, little power pack. Little tiny power pack friend. Okay. This is non-ideal, but we'll make it work. Alright. Is this working? Yes. Philosophy. What would you do if you knew you couldn't fail? If you don't have knowledge, make a joke and enjoy the process. Wow, what a deep, rich philosophy that is. Bop. I don't know why this thing's at the bottom of the screen now. It used to be at the top. So I guess, what was I thinking about? Oh yeah, there's this editor. Don't know why it needs to be built so big. The editor, the game, and Genie. And this is like the order in which they know each other. So game knows about Genie and editor knows about both of them. But at some point, brush. Some point, the editor needs to be able to be switch offable. And so the game needs to run just with these two things. So this, I'm working towards this just being a layer, a removable layer. Optional editor. It could get shipped, but it's more about like making sure that if you just went if no editor, everything else works. Right now there's some weirdness going on with the displays and stuff. I guess that's another thing for the list is, I don't know how fast this would be. Display to full screen always. No window. The other big thing is there's lots of like settings everywhere. Lots of collections of settings and like shader parameters. And these are like, I've built a system so that these can be like automated and saved to data files. And also these can connect to the shaders. So like when you move something on the UI, it updates the shader. But right now, just about nothing is in this system. So that's another big aim, is to make, anytime you want to make some settings or build a shader with some parameters or something, the default way to do it is to do it in like this init ocean shader builds these shader params. It loads the file, and if they're not there, it writes out these defaults if I delete it or something. And then when it comes time to update the ocean shader, so this may all look like hieroglyphics. Although I do have a bunch of, it's in like the world thing. All this stuff and all this stuff is being replaced with these 4 lines here. Just draw all widgets. So it's just automated, draws the widgets, updates all their internals. Actually, it was all this as well. See, this is the type of thing I'm talking about, like crappy mess everywhere that just, this draw wave settings panel, even this, just go. Time to go. All right, drawing paddle, you made your point. All right. So I guess it's not the most exciting of streams, just a whole bunch of coding. But a place to start would be continuing. I might move this later in case some people show up. We can talk about that later. I'll count that as hide my. Say hide my done. Display to full screen, always no window. Surely that's easy. Render lighting pass, render combine pass, render foliage pass, render transparent pass, render post process pass. Temp UI drawing code needs a render pass. Excellent. Here we've got more options. So this is stuff that needs to go into the editor. Then we're doing a bunch of switches and we're setting ints and setting floats and whatnot. And here we're drawing the game viewport. So this is something we don't want to do anymore. Okay, so this whole function is just a big mess. Start by moving these GUI things out of here. We do need this. Oh, actually, okay. We need all of this. This is a bit awkward. Let's fix some of this stuff up. So this can be viewport. Viewport set 0, 0, this. We may be able to go around this viewport. So that's the same as that. Frame buffer bind renderer dot display buffer dot id. Okay, that's the same as that. And then bind vertex array is mesh bind. Renderer.screen quad.vao. Okay, and then this is disable depth test disable. These are just little wrapper functions. And then this can just be yo nights texture 0. This becomes texture bind 0. So we don't need that no more. And then do we really need this? I don't think so. And then texture bind. The keyboard is this. Is an Apo Maker. It's like Owler Apo Maker 108 maybe. And the switches are, it's mainly the switches. The board is nothing special, it's just a cheap board, but the switches are Budgerigar. I really like the switches. Budgerigar. Texture bind, texture 1, render combined, buffer depth texture ID, okay. And looking at code on the screen shader, fragment shader, these are bound already. So we probably don't need these int things. Let's just turn them off. Set ball, debug depth only. Okay, and then texture bind to the renderer.luts renderer.currentLut texture.id. So we got all these sets. A little more of these jazzy beats. Texture bind 3. These can all be bound. Bind outline flat pass. Yeah. And this can be draw quad. Game viewport renders. Okay, so all this stuff is kind of annoying. Yes, the Budgerigars. Yeah, I bought the keyboard. And they came with some linear switches, but then I had like half a smaller keyboard with these switches, and they're actually quite heavy and they're tactile, but they're not like Browns. They're not like, they've almost got, the bump is quite heavy. But I don't know, after using it for a while, now I can't, everything else feels too like light. They're definitely not light touch. They're like, if you want every key press to be an event, then get the Budgerigars. Okay, I want to just get rid of all of this stuff. Display size and display mouse position. I just want to get rid of it. Another thing, I'm working directly in Visual Studio, which is just crazy, but I finally managed to get a theme that actually applies, and I twiddled with it so it doesn't look hideous, and I got rid of resharper, and now it's actually kind of good for refactoring because you can clearly see where you've got errors and stuff, unless oh yeah, there you go, if you push save. How's the game going? Yeah, I should have actually run the game before breaking everything. I wonder if things actually work. It's a good exercise doing these big refactors because you change major things, and it's nice to know you can, you know, pull it apart and put it back together. Kind of doing it in stages, but always testing to see that things are working. Let's pull up the game before we break too much more stuff. Nice. Whoa, what's all this? Go away. What did I do already? Oh, render a draw viewport. Oh no, wait. No. What did I actually do that? broke this. Dun, 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 dun. Did I pull anything out? UI draw UI. What's this? What is this? When was the last time I touched this code? This is the new UI stuff. Alright, what did I do just now that broke the code? There's a few things. Frame buffer bind takes the ID view. Port we did mesh set, render a depth test disable. Nah, you just got a texture bind 0. It's because I removed those like render LUTs, texture ID, color ID, outline buffer. I really thought I didn't change all that much. I mean, I could go back. And then go forward, just be careful not to change anything. Let's see if this is still broken. Okay, that works. All right, so a little overview of what's been done so far. In this particular refresh. So I don't know if you can see it, but there's, I'll make the window a little smaller so you can see the whole UI. So there was always this UI with all the stuff. I fixed a whole bunch of like UI ordering things. Now there's this tool window. I got rendering, I got render settings, environment controls, they're already open. Where's render settings? Render settings, render options. I can close them now. I can't actually close render options. But ocean settings, no, that can't be closed. Wind settings, that's not yet a thing. Tools, camera controls can be closed. So everything's slowly moving into this toolbar so they're accessible. Train controls, render settings, render and environment controls. Just starting to build it more like an app with Windows. Made heaps of little changes with certain like editor settings and stuff. Got rid of the concept of like sloped things. We're working on some UI stuff. Yes, using Dear I Am GUI. This is, and this was the there's like two UIs. So there's the Dear I Am GUI is like the editor UI. So I'm trying to keep it very separate. Like the game has just what it has. The Genie gives the ability to draw these rects and make buttons and stuff. So this kind of basic UI, this sort of UI stuff. This is all just screen space, but then the editor's running all its settings and whatnot. But before I was just chucking this IMGUI code throughout the project wherever I needed it, and now I'm like, if there's going to be an editor panel, it's going in the editor file, it's going to have its own panel. All these settings, like these ocean settings here, if I change the color of the ocean to this beautiful red, that'll save. Like if I quit and then re-enter, that actually is getting serialized. Now what color was the ocean? Something like that. So I want to work so that everything is serializable and has a little button so you can be like, yes, I want to serialize this or not. Get a little train going on here, buddy. And then right now there's this mode, which is like, it doesn't draw the editor windows, but you see the mouse and the mouse and the screen don't line up because this is being drawn to a window and it's calculating it based on this window position. So I'm going to get rid of this. This is what I'm working on. I want it to just draw the whole screen, and we'll draw the thing over the top and maybe make it a bit transparent or something so we can still see the whole game window. That way you don't have to like keep converting the mouse coordinates and whatnot. But I'm not sure exactly why. Oh, this is a texture 3D. That's probably why that broke. Texture bind, that one. That one. Do I have a texture bind 3D function? Let's make one. Yeah, the serializer is kind of silly. I'll show you the serializer. So this is the H file. So instead I did one with like Copilot telling me how to use like variants and templates and stuff. I was like, nah, I'm just gonna write this sick enum and then unions that can hold any field, and then there's a range. You can have like different ranges. So you've got these unions within unions, which is kind of dumb. And then this actual field has a name, a data type, the actual data, a range, and a precision if you need it, and then some methods to get. And then it draws its own widget, and it encodes and decodes itself. And it's just using JSON at the moment. And then settings is a group of fields. The thing that's dumb about this right now is to get a field, you just look for its name, which is kind of silly, but. And then there's all these methods to add the different types, which is kind of silly, but then at least you can see everything that's happening. And then shader parameters, they have a field, but they also have a list of shaders and a uniform name, so they can auto update the shaders that they're concerned with, and then they auto serialize also. And there's these same things. It's a little silly, but I kind of like it for all its simplicity. Like have these get F64. Check if it is F64, then go get the union field. And these are all the widgets, so auto draws widgets. It's not super flexible, but it works. Very explicit. Yeah, I'm definitely end up expliciter. So we were making a OpenGL wrapper for texture bind 3D. We will make this texture bind 3D. It's basically this exact code, but it's a texture 3D. And then we can go back to wherever we were. Oh no, it's going to make me go through this. And here we're making edits. And we want to say texture bind 3D on texture unit 2, this. So that is the LUT, which is sort of color grading the game. I'll just check that this still works. Dun, 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 dun. I like this music, it's very chill. And these power glasses on. One thing is the way the headers are ordered is bad. It means there's lots of loading, lots of compiling. Okay, so that still all works. Apply LUT works. These LUTs are like color grading that I created to give the game different looks. They're just testers for now, and that's the raw look. So we can probably do this. Okay, can I get rid of this and this and this? What are you working on? Are you programming game stuff or anything in particular? Okay, we can't get rid of these. Web developer C looks confusing. Yeah. Well, this is C++, so it's even more confusing than C. Or quad. Yeah, it's very, I don't know. You have to play by the rules, but then once you get the rules down, then you're like, oh, then I can you can break the rules some places. Okay, we're not broken anymore, that's good. All this stuff though, except for, I guess this can all live in the editor. These texture bind calls are important. These stay here. Mesh bind is important. This stays here. This stuff is the actual draw stuff, important. This needs to happen in both of them. So all this stuff, if I yoink it, it won't mind. Editor UI. One thing that sucks about this is it's just so slow to find files. How can you speed up the file finding? Oh yeah, we have a thing called draw render settings. Outline settings, okay. Working with web stuff, trying to write a little framework using Go, as close as I've gotten to a typed language. Been working for years now using only JavaScript and PHP. I'm like the opposite. I worked with C#. That was where I started, but that was for game dev stuff. This is render pass options. And we don't want to IMGUI begin here anymore. We do want to get the renderer here. Renderer reference. Yeah, it's funny. I was watching a video of those guys. Did you watch that one? It was the stand-up with Primogen and stuff, and they were talking to the TypeScript guy, and he was talking about TypeScript. And I was like, wow, it's the first time I'd ever seen the language, and it's so interesting the different ways they think about it. I've only worked with games, and like at first I didn't know anything, and then I feel like learning C was so helpful to understand just like everything that happens in any program anywhere is pretty much like based on what happens in C. There's not much that happens. Like C is like the core things that you can actually do, but before you have to build like stuff to do things for you. Like in other languages we just go, oh, make a list and go get an element. But in C you'd have to like actually figure out a way to make a list and then to find the element, you know? So It makes you not take things for granted so much, I guess. Equals, I should have a thing called get renderer, really. But I'll just say it's the G renderer. What? Renderer. You end up writing these things. Renderer equals renderer. Maybe I'll have a thing called get. Oh, I've got a renderer, get renderer. I've got that exact function. That's funny. Oh, there we go. We can add another render, get renderer. Oh, I got rid of it, get renderer. Renderer equals get renderer. Yeah, it's interesting, eh? Whereas like when you start doing C and you're like, oh, I've got like a I32 width equals 10, and then you're like, you want to do like I32 height equals width times 1.5 f, and I think, oh geez, okay, what have I done here? Oh, these are all gonna have to need a tag on them. You get warning. Initializing conversion from float to I32, possible loss of data. And then you have to like start like casting everything to the thing you want. It really makes you think about all these things. So we're doing G-renderer here. Instead of G-renderer here, let's change all these renderer. Oh, that needed to be a dot. Where are we? Okay, not that one. Render pass options, IMGUI separated text. Render passes. Okay, so all this technically should work and not break the whole game? Question mark. We've got an IMGUI end here that we don't need. Let's get rid of that and get rid of that one and put it at the end. And actually, this is where we need the editor window reference. Window equals get window editor window render settings. And then we can start here with if IMGUI begin render options and window.open. Then we can do all this to here and go up one. Wait, where did we go? That's bad. What's happening? What did I do? Okay. Relax. Everything down to here. Up, up. Build. Casting is kind of a chore. And Go, you got to do it a lot too, yeah. C, does the game still work? Perfect. Oh. Yeah, that's gonna happen. These render texture, I guess this will become an option in the renderer. But this is, herein lies the problem, because if I want this to be a setting, this needs to be setting, and then we need to bind the one we want. Hola, David DeLasses, where are you? Welcome. Okay, so this is where we need these renderer shader parameters. It might be too much of a thing to do it now, so I'm just going to make an option in the renderer. These shouldn't be here. To do these shouldn't be here. Shouldn't be here. Okay, shader parameters, in fact we'll put them up here. Shaders, we need shader parameters. In fact, we did do it, shaders. Partying with friends, partying with friends? What kind of party are we talking about here? A shader has a shader param settings, but I don't believe that's something that we ever use. No, this is not going to happen. We're not going to have settings in the shader, but we're going to have shader settings in shaders. We'll get there. But renderer H, we're going to say, we're going to have temp. Bool. Oh no, this is I32. Debug render pass ID equals 0. And instead of here, we want to say equals -1. So we get rid of that. Food and drinks, love to cook, always cook too much. Nice, what were you cooking? You're French, so I expect the best. In fact, my first career was as a cook, as the line cook. I went to cooking school. I want to hear about it. Debug render pass ID. Beautiful. And then this can go into why do we need 2 of these things? Oh wait, that's not right. This is a U32 and the ID is 0. You're a pro. Steak tartare. Nice. Debug render pass ID. Nice. So this is sets this. We don't need this. And then, but we do need this to happen. Depth only, okay. Move this back to renderer. Render passes, add static model, add to frame. This guy. What happened to our actual switch? Renderer dots debug render pass ID. Oh wait, that's not right. Editor UI. So what are we setting here? Select the debug option. Debug render option. So that's not actually this. Then we set this, then we can be good citizens and say disable shader render, shader disable. Dun, 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 dun. Do you think you could continue with Raylib and get the same results? I think like maybe I'll try draw a diagram. I mean, you probably know all this stuff, but I'll do the thought experiment anyway. Come on, Pen, do your thing. So Raylib kind of like helps you use OpenGL, right, to do your stuff. But in order to do a lot of the stuff, you need quite explicit control over OpenGL. And I'm sure there's a way to do it with Raylib, but it almost becomes easier just to do it directly with OpenGL. And so then you're like, well, is Raylib helping or making it harder to get those results? Because I remember going, oh, how do I get the depth texture from a Raylib render pass? And like, because Raylib's got a thing like render texture, and it automatically creates like a color buffer and a color texture and a depth texture. Sorry if this is all off the screen. And I guess you could just get this, but then, I don't know, I kind of needed to unpick everything to get it through my head as to how it was all working. So there's like, I don't know, maybe there's like an amount that like help, there's like the help, how much Raylib helps you do, and how like particular and complex the thing is you're trying to do. And it kind of goes a bit like this, because like you're trying to like, oh, I need to draw a cube, boom, I need to draw text, boom, easy, do it instantaneously. And then you go, I need to draw multiple render passes, like, oh yeah, boom, you do draw begin texture mode, yeah. I did that on Space Game, and then I was like, oh, I need to do a bloom, so I need to have I want a 32-bit render texture. It's like, okay, now we need to take Raylib's render texture and make another one that changes the color text. This one makes a 8-bit one. So now we need to write it. I wrote a new one, and then this makes a 32-bit texture. So now you're like starting to find the things that you need to adjust to like do it. But that's the cool thing about Raylib, is it's so close to all this stuff that I feel like, I don't know whether Ray actually thinks this, but I feel like it's Ray wants you to get in there and eventually go out on your own. But I could be wrong. I feel bad because I started with Raylib and I was like, yo, posting stuff on the Raylib Discord and like, we're doing it, we're making a game with Raylib. And now I'm like, I don't go back there and be like, hey, oh, by the way, yeah, yeah. There's that one guy who was quite inspiring. In fact, he was one of the original inspirers. This guy who made this game, Sidestep Legends, and he did a lot of devlogs. He even did like code walkthroughs and stuff. So this is all Raylib. Like I think he had to like implement his own shadow maps and stuff. But this was the first time I'd seen someone like, take Raylib kind of far, and I was like, interesting. And then he did more games. Moose Diver. He's got these games with like bazillions of entities, or what do you call them? Instances. Oh, there's just so much going on. So I don't know if it's my kind of game, but it's certainly interesting to see how it's got all this UI and stuff going on. But yeah, that guy's pretty much just using Raylib as... Yeah, he is a teacher. And I think the real, what I've learned on this project is that at some point, you either need to like just use a tool like Unity, or do everything yourself, like all you. And Raylib's kind of sits like here. It's like, well, if you're already here, just go there, you know? I don't know. But then again, I'm like, this whole method is like, I don't know, this is like for crazy people. Just use this method. Yeah. Oh, sorry about that. But I do think like if you wanna like try, like I'm like, I want to make a game that's like a proper game. It looks good and it plays good and it's got high performance and stuff. And I really want to know, like, I want to know what's going on in there. Then I think like this is how, like, up until just recently, like, there are big companies that use big engines. There are a lot more people going to UE5. Big companies, they saw like Wukong and stuff, and they were like, why are we building all this technology ourselves? This costs millions of dollars, just use Unreal Engine. I would definitely say if I definitely feel like Unreal's much harder for a solo dev. Not harder, but just like, it's like for a team or something. You need a person per thing. Wrappers are nice when you don't need the heavy stuff. The abstract, well, the general use case. Go deeper on that. Yeah, there's always something that you don't want to do yourself, like I am GUI. So were we working? Did we test this? Does this work? The renderer is fascinating. It's funny, in this project, every step I'm like, I don't have time to learn about graphics. And then you're like, I guess I have to. And then you're like, wow, graphics is fascinating. I think it does make it easier these days that you can, that's still not right. It does make it easier these days that you can, you know, there's so much info out there, plus there's like AI tools that you can ask conceptual questions. Where am I? You know, and like, what is the... So this texture bind, render combine, buffer, render, debug, render option. Yeah, we bind, we do all the thing. We set the screen shader, we do texture bind, we do the setup, then we texture bind these three. Are we getting here Genie UI? Is this just general purpose renderer? Extremely hard to do. Do we have tools rendering render settings? Render settings, here we go, render options, lighting, combine, shadow. Does not do textures for 3D models because I have no textured model. Yeah, to be fair, like the PBR shader, I was just like, PBR shader. But the more interesting, I feel like I'm not any good at like the maths involved in the shading and all that, but I find it more interesting the like render pipeline of how to, like, when you need to bind things and how you talk to the GPU and how you structure the system, because there's so many, like there's all these frame buffers and you're like, oh, I need to put this onto that one and that one needs to switch to the, it's like quite the puzzle. I also need to get this thing working again. I guess I can mesh bind down here, depth test. So this is set the viewport, frame buffer bind, renderer display buffer.id, yeah. Depth test disable, screen shader enable. What is the renderer debug render option? Is this something that's in release mode, so it's not gonna let me do it? So I'd use a graph to model dependencies. Depth first search to determine the order of things. Are you, is Raylab, no, you're using something else, aren't you? You're doing it, are you doing it by hand with OpenGL? Render option 0. Okay, combined lighting buffer, yeah. Oh, am I just never doing, oh no, I'm doing texture bind 0. Oh, does all this need to happen before this? Should we go down here and do this after this? Don't know if that's gonna make a difference. Normal OpenGL. Yeah. So what have I done? What am I missing in editor that is setting something? Editor UI. So we set this. Okay, so select the debug option. This is just select the debug option. Okay. Okay, and then it's doing this. Okay, so we don't need to switch this. I don't know why this is even here. Okay, so this just needs to be, we'll just send directly the render.debug render option. Matches the argument list. Make this I32. Then get rid of this. That should work. Instance rendering. Are you using some instancing? Man, instancing is powerful. Yeah, it was quite a big deal. That was part of the reason I was going through that process of removing Raylab, was to, like, I knew I wanted some lighting model that looked nice, and I was just like, I have no idea how to do it. But it actually became easier when I didn't even know how shaders worked and everything. Okay, we're getting there. Combined. Boom, we're back. Okay. So this equals -1 again, and then. Cool. So outline settings. these are gonna all become render settings, and we'll just go here and put outline settings. GUI separator text outlines, and then this stuff can go here. Outline, we'll just get rid of that. Debug, render, set float, outline thickness. So these all will move into things. We'll put the render passes at the top. Bada boom, bada bing, bada boom. Nice. This should work. I actually don't understand how the GPU rendering pipeline works. That's why I give up on PBA shit. I don't even know what the heck is albedo. Yeah. Well, let me demonstrate with this. I mean, the only reason I kind of know stuff is through visual effects work, because you work in the PBR pipeline the whole time. Well, these days, didn't always, but render settings, render options. Oh, this is a different panel. There's a new panel called render settings. This is the new panel. Go away. So outline, G position, G normal. So lighting, this is, actually there's another thing, isn't there? PBR debug, albedo. It doesn't look right at all. Turn off grass. This is kind of albedo. Albedo just means the color map. Just the raw colors that are in the texture. This is kind of close to it. If I were to bring up the environment controls, and oh no, it doesn't seem to be including, this should just be the raw albedo, but I don't think it's not being tone mapped. That's another thing. It's like when you're in the shader doing all these calculations, you're in one color space, which is very broad. But for display, you need to like crunch it down to a different color space. So this is not what they actually look like. But it's just as if you wrap the color texture around it. So your textures are layered with albedo, the roughness, this is the roughness information, the metallic information, the normal map, tangent by tangent normal. I mean, a lot of the stuff I got a lot of help with. Color mask, albedo tint. Oh, this is the albedo. I don't know why. Oh, because these are not tinted. Fill. Okay. Yeah, so it's just color with no lighting information. Shadow map. Wow, that looks crazy, dog. Combined. Draw grass. Yeah, it's kind of a lot of stuff now that I think about it. Okay, we still need to combine all these render options into this panel. Albedo wasn't always, I don't know who came up with the albedo thing. It used to be just like base color or something. Another thing I think is the SSAOs are way too overpowering at the moment. Okay. So these outline things need to be GUI set item width, pop item width, push item width, and then I need a constant that's just called slider width, and we'll go into Genie definitions, I got this new idea of progressing. I got this new theory that I'm testing. Where you write some code and you implement a new feature or something, and you do that much of it, but you also create all this is temp code, and you kind of go, yeah, cool, we did that. And then the next day you write more code, you add something new, and then you also make some I'm gonna fix it later code. And before you know it, what am I drawing? Before you know it, you've got this massive amount of later problems. And then you've got you're trying to maintain this little block of actual code. But then it becomes harder to grow this. So my new theory is just try as much as possible to convert this into actual code now. Calling problems for future me. Yeah, past me is an idiot. Yeah. So what I'm realizing, there's past me or you, past me or you, and future me or you. And these two people are vying for control of my life and my code base. What I've realized is there is one true person. It's now me. And this person here has to maintain the code base. Forget this guy and this guy. These guys are not great. Yeah. So before things get out of control, which they're already kind of out of control, I'm doing a mega refactor where we're treating this code base as if it's finite. There is some thing where it stops, the buck must stop. What was I doing? Or just don't spiral. Slider width. Genie definitions. Yeah, we'll go back to those. I think I have some stuff. This IM GUI. Define slider width as 175.0f. Wait, we don't need, that needs that, but we don't need it on that one. Yeah, true. Push item width, and then I guess we can IM GUI. Oh, brother. Shader disable. Okay. Little things. What do you think of this? I mean, this is a pretty simple... I keep coming back to this coding... I don't know if it's a pattern, but... Experience in software dev taught me that whenever I implement a feature, I have to try to use it 3 to 4 times so the code tells me how the feature is actually used. Yeah, true. Yeah, that's the thing, how it works with everything else. So I've got this pattern that I'm starting to use everywhere, and it's very simple. I don't know if it's good, but so far it's good. This, like, having an enum that just say there's some core data, like game models, and they're finite. There are a certain amount of game models, and then there's just a thing called models with a tag count, which is always going to be the amount of this enum. And then when you want one, you just send the tag. No lookups, no nothing. It's explicit. It's direct. I guess you end up with big enums. But you know, writing code is okay. Alright, now we need to go wrangle the rest of these options. Find out where they are. Render. Find. Okay, we've got this render option thing. Render frame, function timer, renderer width. To do, put debug UI all in one place. That's what we're doing. This IamGUI begin and end has some more options. Editor UI. Yeah, we're back in. So, where did I just pass? Okay, render options. So this is render passes. This is general render options. Static map or static dictionary. Static meaning you know all the keys at compile time versus runtime. Yeah, because I had it implemented as an unordered map with string keys, but then I'm like, oh, if you actually make a typo in the string, then it gets a bit dicey. You got to remember the string. Whereas with the enum, they're all just lookupable. Did I push? Is there a button that keeps formatting this for me? I'm sure I keep formatting this. Okay, so general render options. We do not want to begin this, and this probably wants to be a general options. We don't want this. Most of this stuff sucks. General options. Okay. Render to screen buffer. So this is an option we do not need anymore. Renderer, these are all options in the renderer. Info columns. I don't need info columns. I don't need this or this. I need this little macro called same line 200. Does same line involve a? It does. Let's have a separated text. General. Let's just call this options. See if this works. Constant expression variables are basically better defined. Entity literals, context expression ID, type my key. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, constant expression. I do get things. Oh, there we go. Mesh changes, instances drawn. Everything's on the same line, sir. We don't need same line on every line. We only need it on that line and that line. That could also become a thing. In fact, we'll just have a look. Okay, this is drawn 14,000, mesh changes 31. Is that very important? Options, render passes, outlines. In fact, these is this really important? Instead of a separated text, you can say if I am GUI, is it begin child? Options. Then do all these. Is it I am GUI eng child? Is that going to give us a little options drop down? C++ 11 const expression are a game changer. Now they're powerful enough that you could write a whole parser that is executed at compile time. Okay, render settings. What happened to my thing? I guess it's not ending the child. Does this need to be here? So it's a kind of like on the road to metaprogramming or something. I'm so noob. I just use the basic features. I don't know. Render settings. Why does that not work? If I'm GUI begin child options. Is this how we do this? Use child windows, self-contained, independent scrolling, clipping. No, we want begin. Is it just begin? I think we need to consult the manual. GUI demo. This is feels like very slow going. Widgets basic. Inputs. Collapsing headers. Header. Tree node. Was it always tree node? This is collapsing header. Why is it not called? Why don't we make I am GUI collapsing header options? Oh no, we don't want to end child there. That's going to be bad. It's going to give me an error. It is metaprogramming. Yeah, you definitely don't need all of C++. C-style C++ quite popular. Yeah, that website is the game changer, man. I guess I don't need to do that. It just has everything in I'm GUI and then the code for how to do it. Okay, options. Nice. This is what we want. This is what we want. Collapsing header. If, get rid of the spacing. I guess we only want to do any of this if we are in it, but maybe we don't. Maybe we want to get this stuff out. Okay, we'll make these things outside. Excuse me. Collapsing header, outlines. If. Okay. Let's put these. here as well. So all these things are going to become shader parameters. It's going to be the great. Yeah, it is very cool. Okay, render options, beautiful. Render passes. Apply LUT, nice. Combined lighting, shadow map. These are all a bit rough. Environment, train settings, render options. We still have some render options. Cool. Okay, this is kind of good. It's a little annoying, but it's good. We're gonna have like render settings and render shader parameters as two different collections that need managing. So somewhere else there was find next. Okay, update SSAO. So we've got this getting by a string thing, which we're going to get rid of. So this updates the shader SSAO every frame. Does it really need to be set every frame? It needs to be set once. We'll just take the wall of this. Projection, screen res, radius. This seems important. These are optionals. And then this SSAO kernel. This happens once. Set uniform the SSAO kernel. Does this ever change? It happens here. Why don't we just do this in the shader init? Let's get rid of that. Put it up here. We're going to need to move all this stuff into shader. Pointer shader equals renderer.ssao shader. That's pointer, then shader setback 3. Okay, that's got to be a little speed up, not setting like a bunch of variables every frame. Okay, so these need to be set. I feel like these are parameters. Let's get rid of all that. Editor UI, outline settings. Let's get in here. SSAO settings. So we can go collapsing header SSAO. Dude. If. We need a capital If, like if. Yeah, so this is part of the shader parameter serialization system, is when a shader parameter draws its shader parameter sets, where is it? Shader params. Okay. So has here this is this function draw widget and update. So it draws the widget which returns the bool, and then it updates its shader uniforms for all of its shaders that it's concerned with. So this is why I want to get to this, because it just greatly simplifies the process of making these widgets and stuff. I just don't even have them set up for the renderer yet. I need to kind of build them all. Okay. And then, yeah, so all these calls, all this stuff will go away once we've built these shader parameters. So there'll be an SSAO shader params file we'll set this stuff once in it, and then we won't have to ever look at it again, hopefully. And it will auto serialize and it'll auto load and auto save. Shader, let's go shader reference SSAO shader equals renderer dot SSAO shader. I mean, it's already greatly simplified to put all the UI in one place, but it's still not good enough. Like these static variables and stuff need to go away. Be done with forever. Are things still working? This is where it's so easy to break stuff. Render error. Render? I'm getting a render error. Shader set float. Oh, we don't enable the shader? Yes, render. All this stuff happens automatically. SSAO shader dot ID, and then render shader disable. I don't really need to call this, but I didn't go back and look at the SSAO shader update function and see. Okay, no more errors, but I got a feeling SSAO, what was I'm GUI assert error. Debug break statement call was executed. Yes. Calling end too many times. I like I'm GUI does that. It's just like, hey. Oh yeah, this needs to not be there. Shader.enable set global uniforms. Yes. Hefix, you made it. How was David Delassus number 2? Okay, SSAO power. Okay, we've lost SSAO completely. It's a bit of a shame. Options, SSAO. Oh, okay. We've got some dual thingamabobs. And then now it's okay. Oh, this one. Okay. GUI, editor UI, SSAO settings. Just do it like that. Item slider float, radius, bias, power. We set these things. We get the shader, the SSAO shader, we enable it. Was it that one? It is the radius, the bias, the power. Perhaps when we came shaders, sorry, Genie shaders. Just that humble. Stays number 2. Lets the others be ahead of the game. So shader, render, SSAO, shader, kernel size, SSAO kernel. Yeah. That is the SSAO kernel for the SSAO, bro. And then where we made a bunch of changes, get SSAO, we get the screen enable. Is there something else we need to bind? SSAO dot fragment shader. These screen res samples, these don't need binding every frame, right? They're just set and forget. So what happened? U projection, U screen res, seems good, seems good. We come in here. SSAO shader is SSAO shader. We enable the shader. We set the floats. In the SSAO, oh sorry, in the renderer. It's actually kind of complicated, this whole business, man. We got the SSAO render frame. We got the SSAO pass. Viewport set, frame buffer bind, mesh bind, texture bind all the textures, draw quiet, SSAO shader. So what are we missing? How are you, Hefix? What's been happening for the weekend? So looking at render passes, we got SSAO raw, we get nothing, blur, nothing. Lighting. Who needs ambient occlusion? Finishing up this commission, then I can start deep diving. Is it this kernel thing that I did? Shader equals renderer, SSAO shader. Noise. That's the noise texture. I don't see why this would need to be done every frame. This was like here, eh? Beware, too much C++ is bad for your health. Then you start talking about const expressions. Yeah, indeed. Hey, that did seem to bring our SSAO back. Why do we need that? Every frame. It doesn't change. Sir, it does not change, sir. We just loaded the shader. We went through all the stuff. Has this been set? SSAO kernel pushback? Oh, did we just not enable the shader? Whoops. Then we do it. Should put it in all the things. This is, I still feel like I'm writing temp code. Okay, now we've got it, and we don't feel like our SSAO speeds just would be blistering. Let's do a little test there. Oh yeah, I've got a question. I've got a question for you, David Delassus, and anyone else in the chat. Let's see what the difference is when we are doing this. So we're doing 16 calls to the shader, updating the SSAO kernel per frame. Or not. What's going to be the difference? Does it make a difference? That's not the question. I have another question. Performance related programming question and examples. Okay, so we get 2.4 milliseconds. And then if I take this thing out, are we going to save 0.1 of a millisecond? 2.4. Wow, it's exactly the same. Okay, anyway. Still, good practice. Okay, I got a question. Debug. GenieDebug.h. Question for everybody in here, as expected. Setting uniforms is uploading the CPS to fetch it from wherever the data is and move it through the motherboard. Yeah, and I thought every request to the GPU is something. So doing 16 of them per frame is like... But maybe it's just this computer's too fast. Okay, separate question. There are these debug shapes, right? Debug sphere, debug cube, debug grid, debug bounding box, debug cylinder, debug line. And all they are is a little struct of the info we need to draw the thing. And there's a type. So the original system is this. There's a thing called a draw command, and it's got a union of one of that can be any debug shape, right? Because I was like, oh, I don't want to maintain lists of all of them. I'll just do a union and tag them. And then I have one array called draw commands. And then in the debug, if you call debug, if you call that you want to draw add debug draw, if you want to add a bounding box, it makes the bounding box, and then it has a generic function which switches and adds whatever type of data that thing is and tags it right to the union. And then when it goes to draw, it switches on every draw command and draws the right thing. There's like a draw for each thing in the draw functions. Okay, so my question was this. I was like, oh, that's got to be slow. Because it keeps changing the data type, right? So you might get cache misses or something. So I was like, surely it'd be faster to make a list of each type and maintain a count of all of them. And so when you go to add one, it adds it to that list. And then when you go to draw them, it just draws each list's shapes, right? So on one hand, you got a union, and on the other hand you got explicit lists, and I've got them both implemented. And I was like, okay, so draw these. I'm going to make a stress test. I've got a thing somewhere, just an update, which has an option to debug shapes stress test. So when I run this, it'll draw a bunch of debug shapes. I'll just close up all these windows for now. Right, so this is drawing, like, I don't know, a lot of spheres and bounding boxes and circles. Okay, so your thoughts is, what a union has the size of the biggest variant. For CPU, cache, locality 1 array might actually be better. The switch is where the cost would be at. Okay, so whatever the case may be, we're in, I don't know why it's so slow, 5.9 milliseconds to render these. Say we're on 6 even. Are we in debug mode? We're in release mode. This was faster yesterday. I don't know what I've done. So that's the unions version. And then when I go to the lists version, go to a new thing. This is so weird. Oh, it's 6.3 when I zoom out to full screen. So it's 0.3 milliseconds slower to not use the union. I was very surprised at that, because I thought that having these lists, what I wondered was this data here. If I look at the memory layout, the biggest thing is this whatever, it's only 52 bytes. The draw command is 56 bytes. So it's, what I think is happening maybe is it's each, no matter what one it's using, they all fit on a cache line, so they don't evict the cache line. If I was to like put F32 padding how many do I need? 64, there it is. So that's 64. I don't know whether 64 is a good number. I don't know whether it gets even better. First of all, I don't know why it's 6 milliseconds, because yesterday it was 5 for the exact same thing. I don't know what I don't know if it would make a difference. That's 36, that's 44. Some of them are bigger. I don't know whether it matters what order they're in. That's 6 even again, so that doesn't make a difference. What I do want to know is why yesterday this was 5 milliseconds and today it's 6. What have I done since then? Render settings, options. The SSAO is taking some time. Streaming. Oh yeah, it could be streaming. Yeah, it could be streaming. I'm streaming and recording, so that might make a millisecond difference. But yeah, so there you go. Padding should not change anything for that structure. Okay, well it doesn't. I wonder what's the biggest one. I guess looking at this memory layout, data offset 4 bytes, size equals 52. So that's the size of whatever the cylinder, which is the biggest one. Which, if I track the cylinder, I believe That doesn't even do anything. I don't even think there is a draw cylinder call. Yeah, draw cylinder doesn't even do anything. Nice. Didn't quite get that far of copy pasting freaking draw things. Could make it faster if you draw all of them in a single call. What do you mean? Oh, if you combine them into, you know what? These are just like draw cube wire. These are just using binding these VAOs and drawing lines. Whereas you could make these, you could load these things in and make them instances, or yeah, like you say, make a VAO of like combine them. But I mean, it doesn't matter. They're debug shapes. They may get used in the game. At least they're just, yeah, you could do some giant vertex array, right? I just thought, oh, I've been meaning to change that forever. And I changed it and I was like, wait, it's actually slower? And I asked Copilot, I was like, what do you think should be faster? It's like, you'll absolutely see like a 1.5 millisecond speed up from separating the arrays. And I was like, well, these are the results. I was like, interesting. That's very interesting. Interesting. Yeah. I want to set current LUT. I don't want to actually render with the LUT. Editor UI.cpp. Apply LUT equals false. Let's just stay in the zone for a little bit. No need, yeah. No need. It would be quite the, let's just go into notes and go, hey, display to full screen. Oh, we were working towards that. Okay, I probably don't need all these debug shapes. Do we still have, we've still got the shadow options to move, okay. Move all, well, one thing at a time. We did unions versus arrays. Copilot's got to be the worst assistant. Always. Yeah, I'm like, dude, where's your skepticism? Especially about me. It's like, wow, that's a great thing you've done. I'm like, is it? I don't think it's that great. Don't. just relax, okay? Our render options, shadows, all this stuff. We need to set the lighting matrices. Okay, good on you. So this is all important stuff. We'll let this do this. But we also should be a little somewhere. Are we setting these anywhere? What are you blah 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 blah. Update shadow map shader. So if I just commented this, let's just get it out of here. Editor UI, where are you, sir? So all this is shadow settings. Dun, 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 dun. Shadows. don't need an end, but we do need an environment, which is lighting, lights, environment, env equals g renderer. Oh, we've got the renderer in here, don't we? Renderer dot environment. All these things become shader params. Where do these actually get set? Is this in some... I've got this. Is it in renderer? Oh, there's a lot of IMGUI stuff here. Renderer. PBR object init, PBR object bind. Where do we set all these shader params? Copilot, I use it as autocomplete. I type 3 times, you should do it the other 42 times yourself. Yeah. I know, I've turned it off in the editor because, like, I don't know, I feel like it leads me down the path sometimes. Shadows. So, I mean, is this actually setting? I need to turn off these debug shapes, man. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. I mean, this all looks like... Okay, it does do something. Cool. Environment. Lovely. Oh, we need to set these things. Shadow settings. Cool, 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 cool. Say IMGUI push item width, slider width. IMGUI pop item width. We really need to get these into the thing. Are we almost done with render options? You get real annoyed at the thing, at the Copilot like being, I put my brackets like this. Okay, there's still, what is this blur level? What is this for? The SSAO? Why is blur level still somewhere? Blur level. Oh, bruv. Unknown parameter. You're in here. Oh, look at you. You're a little cheeky little render options. I'm going to begin. I'm going to end. Just relax, mate. Just relax. Yeah, yoink. Actually, yoink you all. And this can be in the SSAO settings. We've got blur level set and it's got its own setting. Okay. Sunday stream, this is new territory. I've got some big news for you, sir. It's Monday here, that's right. Beep, 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 beep. Render passes, SSAO blur, SSAO raw, SSAO settings, Render passes. Combined. Yes. Oh, lovely little islands. Skippity beep beep bitty bitty. But hey, how are you going, Pine? Survived the pit of despair? Oh, I need this fog to be dynamic. Super dynamic fog. Yeah. Oh, I got rid of a port. Does this still know about that port? Wow. I feel like that's super breakable. Nice. There is no other render options, is there? Or New Zealand. Whoops. Okay, render settings are a settings. We also want this PBR debug and tree debug. Where's our trees? Give me trees, 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 trees. Albedo. Lovely. Roughness. Not very rough, are they? Metallic. Not very metallic either. Quite normal. Dum dum dum. In fact, these are game space options. But technically this is all render settings. This is editor settings. Little snacky. Survived the pit feeling good. Lido's Pizza. Ooh, Lido. Look at these two dogs. They're so cute. Let's go full screen on dog cam. Dogs only. Yes. She's so tiny when she kills it like that. Boom, boom. How good. So looking at these actually, these are options. Render passes, options. SSAO settings. These are shader parameters. Shadows, hard to know. Oh, what is this? These two things don't need to be here because they're not actually changeable. These are parameters. Instances drawn needs a little bit of love. Environment, lighting combine, shader. If text shader. This does nothing. These things. To do, move to some debug place. So for example, the fog thing should have a bunch of shaders in it that it knows about. It's like, oh, the tree shader and the grass shader All the shaders basically need the fog. So when we update the fog, it updates them all. PBR set map 4, these are important. Lighting, these all just happen. But these fog parameters, okay, PBR debug, this thing here, to do move. PBR set bool, okay? Maybe that can all just happen in the editor UI. Shadow settings, outline settings. Here. This is PBR setting. PBR debug. If I'm GUI collapsing header. Dun, 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 dun. Get rid of U. We kind of want to do this once. Shader reference PBR equals gRenderer PBR default. So this may break stuff. Too worried about it? You're going to run into someone from a different hemisphere at some point? Or time zone? Could do at the Rockers Games Festival era. Okay, so that's not doing anything. We need to also say shader enable pbr.id. Hello from the other side of the globe. We're all PBR albedo. Nice, it just works, just like that. Train settings, why are you always open? Editor UI.h. Train controls false. We don't need you all the time. Okay. Things are starting to make sense. PBR shader. So this just does stuff. But we've got a thing called game shaders that has all this tree debug. Select the debug option. Maybe I'll just get rid of this for now. Goodbye. Let's get this. Let's get rid of you. Get this. Get this. These are actually important. These are not. Editor UI. So much stuff. Who wrote all this code? Man. Oh, whoops. Bit. Tree debug. Let's go shader reference tree equals gRenderer.tree. Oh no, it's the game. Game shaders.tree shader. Yes. The only thing is this may not run the first time. But we can go tree or foliage dot vertex shader. No, it's tree dot fragment shader. Tree shader. What is it called? Oh, they're just PBR. It's just the PBR. PBR.fragment shader. There it is. Uniform will debug albedo. I guess maybe it'll just work. Oh yeah, that's right, we can't run code from here. Quick tour of your locations. French folk here. What about y'all? Yeah, what we got? We got Francois. I'm in Australia, but I'm going back to New Zealand, back to the homeland shortly. Okay, tree debug. Okay, we've got a little error. Oh yeah, we need to tree find tree .id shader enable. Okay, tree debug UU, they draw nicely, albedo, nice, it all just works perfect. Norway, how do you say hello in Norway? It is this got format on paste on? Format. C#. Automatically format on paste. C++. General formatting. When I paste, do nothing. Don't ever do that again. And was there one more thing? Was this everything is tree debug? Nice, nice, nice little renderer settings. Everything is where it is. From a land far away, best known for its native inhabitants to suck at learning languages. Okay. I don't necessarily shader disable much at all. I'm pretty bad with my shader disabling and stuff. Should be good because this all calls into some renderer state. Which I've never looked at once. And it doesn't even work half the time. But other than that, it's great. Okay, so the point of all this, oh gosh, we need to change this as a matter of great urgency to this, because this, I don't know what it's about, the further I go towards Comic Sans, the more I enjoy the code. Okay, display to full screen, always no window. Now that we've got everything out of here, we've got this IMGUI begin game viewport. We don't want to do that at all. We want to get rid of this render a display size. We want to get rid of this, this, and this, which is going to cause us some serious concern. This is just going to now draw to the window. So all this can go away. Goodbye. Collapse. So now we've got GL viewport. So this is going to render the quad. This draws the final render output to the display buffer. We don't actually want to do that anymore. We don't want to do any of this. We just want to go frame buffer bind 0. Draw to the screen. But we're going to have issues. We're going to have to go viewport set. And we're going to need to go 00 ggenie graphics dot window dot glf window dot what is it? What have you got? Window dot glfw window dot width. Is that a thing? What is the glfw window? First of all, it's a pointer. GLFW window, it's not. Okay, screen size 2D. Who did this? Create window. Let's have a look at what's happening here. Width and height window genie window render. What is this? Okay. Now, window, this is our window. Get screen width and get screen height. I changed. Okay, graphics window screen dot width. These need to come back to me. Graphics window screen width. What's the difference between screen width and render width? Is one of them like, which one is the one? Anyway, don't worry, we won't worry. We're just going to viewport set get screen width, get screen height. We're going to clear the buffer bit. This is going to be clear frame buffer clear. What do I call it? Clear color. And then I guess we want to do this. I guess we never want to do this display buffer or this. Does this do anything? I got a feeling this is going to be, one is frame buffer, the other is a physical window size. Yeah, oh that, okay. I did hackle this to, okay, display mouse position. Okay, no, okay, calm down. Okay, relax. Okay. Get mouse X. Okay, good thing I just left these commented. Nice. Display mouse position is not a member. Genie. Mouse position equals, this is the window position. Whatever. Okay. Why did I do that? They do the same thing. Okay, let's go into debug mode and run this. I got a feeling I missed a step here. Also, like, we're rendering to a size that is not the size of the window. So this may be broken. Got a feeling it definitely will be broken. Please don't hurt me. Oh wow, actually not too bad. Dun, 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 dun. Wow. I love this. It's like two different size things. Actually, the mouse position stuff's working. The UI is gone. The changing of sizes of things. Okay. A little bit complicated. Display buffer color texture width. What if we do this one instead of this one? Will everything line up nicely? Yeah, okay. So perhaps we do need to do an interim render just to get everything on the same. So the frame buffer bind the renderer display buffer. We don't do this just yet. Do we do a clear on this? I guess we don't need a clear because we're drawing over the whole frame every time. We just missed that. Okay, so this is the viewport. This is the display buffer. Okay, so this is the final render, and then draw to the screen becomes this, and another draw quad. But are we doing all this screen texture stuff again? I think I got like a shader. This is kind of weird because I don't really want to. Oh, you know what we do? It's tough. It's tough to know this because like when we create all the render passes, right? We create them at this, I've set this width and height, like a static width and height. And then they all render, but then when I render to the screen's actually bigger than that. So what I used to do, I think, was render everything to the size of the screen, size of the window, and there wasn't this problem. Do we need to set another shader here? Shader reference default equals gRenderer dot default genie graphics dot default 2D shader. Oh, not that one, but the other one. Shader default. Oh, is this a keyword? Shader enable default shader.id. Then set the viewport and then draw a quad again across the whole viewport. I don't know what's going to happen. Oh, wow. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, things are interesting. What if instead of this viewport set, and what is this? What is this default 2D shader doing? Doing something weird. It's probably got a, okay, that puts it down there. Okay, lots of bad news. Lots of bad news. If this height equals get screen width and get screen height, instead of, say we do all this stuff, but instead of drawing to that frame buffer, we don't bother. We don't do the viewport set. We don't do that. We don't do that. We do that. We don't do that. What's going on? Oh, that's right. I was supposed to go somewhere today. Okay, that looks promising. Mesh spine shader default. Let's not enable these shaders. Nothing. Okay. (3840 by 2131). Okay. Render it at viewport width equals width and height. Okay. Oh, what's this viewport width? So we're loading all these things. Display buffer I'm setting like this for some reason. There's advantages and disadvantages. It used to just work and you could change the thing of the window and everything. I wonder at what point. Okay, I've definitely busted the main drawing. Perhaps this. Okay, oh, we're rendering. Wow. No UI. But the mouse is in the right place. If I don't do that, it doesn't work. But if I do move this, it does render to the full size. And what happens when I do this? Things break pretty quickly. The mouse still works, but the rendering does not. Heh. Render settings. Lighting does not work. Combined. Funny. Just don't change the size of the window. Hello, Scooper. Did you wake up? Yeah, Beezy, I know. Let's go to editor UI.cpp. You're really licking the table there, Beansy. She's standing up like a little kid in the dog cam. Dogs only. Beansy, what are you doing? Boop, 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 boop. What's this one? Over here. This one here. What's this one here? Beansy? Can you see this one? What's this one? Over here. I know you want to come up. I know you want to come up, don't you? Yes, I know. So we have the end frame. Okay. Here we don't want to do any of this stuff. Just do nothing. Just be good. So this is just either going to draw the UI or not. Boop. Okay, we're back to... Oh, and oh, there's a UI. I see. Wow, seeing it full screen is just delightful. Our UI is just not in the... I mean, we could be like chuck the log console over there and these editor tools somewhere else. Across the top, maybe? No, not that top. What about like, just like, I need you to be like there. Oh, game life. Oh, we're still on dog cam. Well, all right, don't worry about it. Oh yeah, look at that. It's this weird world that we're in. I could be like, maybe everything should go over here in a double dipper. And slowly make it like a line just for the stream. So there's never anything under on the side. So little settings heavy. Log console go like. Oh, I need to go between these two. Do. It's where the UI is not in the middle anymore. Train. Badoo. Badoo. Wap up up. Oh yeah, full screen is a real beauty. Outlines. Yeah, that don't really work. Oh, the log could go up here. What about the log here? There's the log. You can see 3 lines at a time. Oh yeah, the new smooth jazzy lounge. Oh, I've got muscle memory. Let's put some rocks in. Love rocks. Rockers loves rocks. Rockers rocks. Yes. And if I push that, then I get the full screen. We're back, baby. We are back. Yes. So we don't need an else statement. We don't need all this crap. I was thinking about this last night. I was like, I'd gone through this effort to draw it into a window, and then I was like, wait. I was watching that John Blow talk, and their game, they just put the UI over the top. I'm like, yeah, that's simpler. But if we go up to the settings, What style are we on? How can I set the, what style are we on? Style 1. Window background. If I was just to, with a hint of blue, if I was just to make this like 0, well, let's just make all the backgrounds transparent. There, that, guys, is design. The design process. Oh, Beansy. Beansy's on my lap. So this could be like, I don't know, 70% dark background. I know, Beansy, but it's kind of hard to work with you all curled up on my arm like that. Oh yeah, see-through. Look, 2025 edition. Render settings really need to go like over here. So now we can see things like if the thing's clipping or something. I've got some overrides on the background stuff. Log console. This stuff's a bit ugmo. Oh yeah, Jingle All the Way, but smooth jazz version. Hey, da 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 dee dee. What have we got? What did we build? We built a whole world. Oh. What happens if I select a train? Oh, I've got trains are global now. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's always Christmas around here. Dun, 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 dun. Whoa, things are going slow. Oh yeah, which leads me to another big bottleneck. Right now there are how many cargo containers? We got 71,000, we turn off the grass, we got like 13,000 other instances being drawn. And they're being sent to the renderer every frame. Oh my gosh. That's, my guts are gurgling, man. I don't actually have a frames per second anymore. Did this? Oh no, that was never formatted. Nice, delete these. Get rid of them. Whoa, 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 what on earth is this? Inspect the feature modes. We've got something that like pushes the background color. Let's not do this. Why is there a background color in here? Maybe it's not that. Window background. Is that gonna crash? Dun, dun, dun. Oh yeah, there is a. I got the frames per second calculator from Clock, Genie Clock. There's gets frames per second smooth, so it does across. There's static 30 frames that get calculated. Okay, Retry. Calling pop style color too much. Pop style color. This one. Thanks for showing me that. So yeah, it keeps a list of 30 frames, and then it gets the frame time, and then it just writes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 30, and then goes back to 1. And then it does a division of how many frames and gives you an average frame. But the actual frame time is calculated by in frame. So we got the current is clock elapsed, and then the frame time is the clock update plus the draw time. Clock update. Elapsed time equals get frame time. Well, what does frame time tell us? Genie clock frame. Where is this calculated? Get elapsed. Clock update is current minus previous. Then we go clock delta time equals get frame time times the time scale, because we can slow down delta time, and there's also an unscaled delta time. Oh yeah, why is this like that? I don't like that. Interesting. Yeah. So you basically like keep track of the time. There's this thing called get elapsed, which gets GLFW gets for me. That's like how long is since we launched the game. And then you go to that and you sort of subtract off. You subtract the time passed since the last frame, and this happens once per frame, so that gives you the frame time. Oh yeah, I'm noodling with UI stuff that doesn't matter so much. Okay, yeah. Window padding 0, push style var, set networks window, no collapse, item window flags, no background. Is all this stuff necessary? I was trying really hard to make it look away. Feature mode. I don't even think we need a begin child here. We just need a GUI next line, new line. There. Oh no. Oh no. But we have a problem. We need to then push ID and pop ID. Up here we're just going to have a sweet thing called i32 ID counter equals 0. Oh nah, equals, let's go for like 9,000. Of course. Let's go for 1337, and then the push ID counter plus plus, and then push ID counter plus plus. Is this silly to have these high IDs? Okay, now we have things. We can make a port. Deep, dop, deep, diddly, dop, deep, diddly, deep. What other levels have we got? We've got one called Bada Bing. exciting. Beautiful. Bridge test. Oh yeah, look at bridge test go with the little blue doodles. Go bridge test. Show me what you're working with. Camera controls can probably go away. Boom, 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 boom. Cool. Very cool. Oh yeah, the to-do is, yeah, it's going to be a long to-do. Okay, display to full screen, always no window, yep. Move all editor UI to the editor. So we've moved all the render settings into the editor, which is cool. I feel like ocean, grass, wind, and environment is in the correct place. Wind controls, grass controls, and ocean settings are not. So that was one goal, is to move all this, any calls to IMGUI to the editor, and then the next step was to connect any shader parameters and settings to actual serialized settings so that they can be serialized. I feel like the water looks so much better when there's a little glimmer on it, but you only get it on certain angles. Oh, I'm hungry. I gotta grab a snack. Back. Oh, infinite cargo lines. Booty boy. Cocoa beans. I had to give Chili her pill because she's a little hasty if she doesn't have her pill. I had an idea. I just had an idea for the game. Yeah, we have to put her pill on inside of treats, otherwise she won't eat it. I had an idea for the game. So I was messing around with obviously these train cards. And then I modeled one in 3D and I actually put it in the game. And then I was like, oh, you could put these cards or some collectibles somewhere in the level that are kind of hard to get to. And you got to send your trains to go pick them up. I thought that could be kind of cool, little hidden, little secret things. Because I thought there might be a resource, which is like parts or whatever. And you can use the parts to upgrade your trains and upgrade factories and ports and cargo ships and everything. And I was thinking, what if there's another like type of thing? Instead of a sort of a factory, it's a factory that doesn't make cargo, it makes parts. And you got to deliver the parts to some special place on the level. And it's like another extra optional thing that you can do on a level, but it collects you parts over time or something. Man, I really quite like these models. Can we do like a rotate on this? Rotate on that? Is it only with warehouses? Or does that just not? Oh, you can rotate that one. Can't rotate that. Okay, grand. Okay, working. I just see a small thing that is in here that is called rocket propelled trains. Indeed, that's what I was getting at. We've got a thing called draw log window. I didn't really write much this function. Pop style color. End child. Footer height to reserve. I don't really want this. What does this do? Just parts. I think there's going to be a resource called parts. I made this thing. Oh yeah, nice. Pixel Composer. In fact, in Blender, I was mocking it up. Go away, Steam. I missed the sale. I didn't buy anything. And then I found out that the Ghost of Tsushima I have on the PlayStation 5 is like the PS4 version. Oh yeah, so I made this little icon. That was like working on these procedural cog things. And then I was like, hey, there's a negative space in the middle. And it's kind of like a cog daisy. And then I made this thing. Oh yeah, so I made this. I actually didn't end up doing it in here. I ended up doing it in an Infinity Designer. Because I was like, I wonder what these cards would be like in 3D. So I like made them 3D and like embossed them and made them a little metallic and stuff. I was like, what if there's a 3D card? Oh, is that why? Because the reflections. Is it the reflections that's making them seem metallic? Yeah, so I was messing around with this idea of this card, which I actually imported and drew somewhere as a tester. But I thought, like when you do this, does it pop up with like 3D cards and they look all shiny? And then I was like, oh, that seems like a lot of effort. Seems like a lot of effort, though. But this, these cogs is like some sort of resource, and everything like a factory might have like how quickly it produces cargo, and you can upgrade that. Your trains can be upgraded, their horsepower and their max carriages, and you can upgrade the carriages. Maybe you can upgrade the ships, their loading speed and how many they can handle, how many cargo containers. Stuff like that. So there's like a secondary, that's like kind of the resource you gather to improve your stuff. And maybe you get that from delivering cargo. I don't know. It could just be money, but money's a little boring. Oh, you got number 1, Pine, just casually. Just casually. Alright. So what was the actual plan? Move all editor UI to the editor. I could continue with that. We could try and do some shader parameters. They might be a little dry. And confusing. The other option is to carry on with that. Did I leave that code in the game that was like, draw me a spinning card in the middle of the thing? No! Alright, so say we have in the renderer, oh, there's a little droplet sound. So these general options, these are CPU side settings. Oh, FX, like airplanes, airplane parts. Could be a cool loading icon. Oh yes. I did think that it has the potential to be, I think I've got it somewhere, like a bit of a logo element. The daisy with the cogs. Daisy trains. Design, elements, cogs icon, daisy cogs icon. There it is. Yeah, it could be improved upon maybe, but dum 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 dum. CPU settings. So say we wanted to start from start. Oh, don't reformat stuff, please. I like my tabs. this doesn't need to be set. But this can come out actually. Am I making these LUT names every frame also? Seems like it. So much messing around. Well, is that technically a shaded parameter? And do they draw? There's a bool draw a checkbox. Draw widget data bool checkbox. It does. So that could be a thing. Oh, if that's not loaded, okay. Note. LUT is kind of a shader parameter. Am I just setting these? That's ugly. So these are shader params. Okay. It's a bit of a head scratcher. Because where do we keep these settings? You could do struct render settings. And the way I did this was game.h. We have this thing called serialized settings collections, the size of the settings, and then I did a little cheeky initialize the thing there. Enum render settings tag. Spice up the cards of the Gears of 3D to really make them, yeah. That was a thought. I thought like having actual 3D elements on the cards, and you could have a little camera and a light for just the cards, and they could be really good. But I was like, yeah. But yeah. But then I'd actually put it in the game, and then I was looking at it, and there was something wrong with the rendering of the metallic, and I was like, wait a second. But yeah, it means maintaining a second camera and a render pass for UI elements, and then it'll be interesting. It might be interesting to do. Render settings. So what do we need? Options. So we got general options. And then render settings will have serialize. Do we have serialize in this file? Serialize settings. Render settings, the size of render settings count. You don't know what this is? You need the genie first. You don't know what serialize is? I bet you it works. Yeah, the old errors where there's no errors. Equals res genie data settings render options dot dat. Good night, Pine. See you later, Pine. Good to see you. Out of the pit of despair. Well, that doesn't need to be there. Does that need to be there? How do I actually manage these? Instead of, am I still building? Let's check. Ooh, sorry. Do I need one of these? Okay. Thanks. Dun. Oh, I've got this render model render instanced. This is some old stuff. Whoa. Get rid of that, make sure we still build. I don't like you having errors, sir. Oh no. How can you make the search faster? Go away, 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 go away. Go away. Go away, man. Why are all these things open? These are all miscellaneous files. Close all. Close all. Oh. Pushed a button I wasn't supposed to push. That was all of them. Great. That was literally everything. Okay. So we now have this thing called the render settings. We don't actually have them in here, but we can have render settings. Settings. It's gonna be settings.settings.settings. Maybe we don't need this as a structure. Maybe we just straight up grab it. Be real ugly about it. So we want to do init settings, and the first one is render options. So maybe I'll just using namespace. Maybe I don't want this. In this namespace. Settings are, and then we want to do a thing called get settings. Render settings tag return grenderer settings tag. Could really be an inline function. Settings, so options equals get settings. Is this should be called get render settings. Options. Get render settings. Oh, dude, no one confirms. Apply. Okay, it didn't change the only one we wanted. Get render settings. Then options. Norman. JSON. Options. Data equals options JSON equals load JSON from file. The file is options.filepath. And then if options JSON.empty, then do init options. Else options.decode the options JSON. So what happens when we run this? Does this, if there's no file or folder, is it gonna die? What? Genie serialize. Okay. Sorry, sir. In fact, let's just inline this bad boy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Just relax. Inline. Turn. Do you know what gRenderer is? Settings. Tag. No gRenderer. Sucks. Sorry, I'm enjoying myself. I feel like this interface could be improved. F10 options. Is that options JSON? Okay, so it came back empty. But did it create a file at the file path? C++ res data. Oh, no Genie. Okay. In the renderer, the render options are instancing. Well, this doesn't need to happen, but frustum culling maybe. So we can say options dot add bool. How do you do this? Frustum culling. Renderer. Wait, what does bool value mean? Why do we need the we're setting the default. Okay, yes, indeed. False. That's it. We added a bool. But now that I think about it, frustum culling is no, that is just a CPU side option. Nice. Options.add bool. SSAO true. Enable SSAO true. Options dot add bool blur SSAO enable SSAO blur true. I guess. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Got any massages? Nothing. Nothing and nothing. Nice. Why did the phone make a noise then? Oh, it's in the music. Okay. Mesh changes is just info. Apply LUT. Do we need to save that? Maybe. Options.add bool, but apply LUT is kind of a shader parameter. LUT is kind of a shader parameter. So whatever. Okay, so let's start with something small. We say options.encode. Options JSON equals, or should I make a new one? Roman JSON options defaults equals options in code, and then save JSON to file, options dot file path, and the options defaults. Right. Else decode the options. We can run a little test on this. We go boom, options JSON. Options add bool. Options defaults. Looking at options defaults. It's in this annoying JSON thing. Objects autosave, collection, name, fields. It's all out of order. Oh yeah, fields. Second, first. M data, M value. Why are you so annoying? Okay. Save to JSON, and then when we look in a little settings, daisy trains, C++, res, there isn't a thing. So it failed. Did it send me a note? Failed to open file. Failed to open file for writing. Okay. That's kind of annoying. So save to file. How do I make the file? I don't know about that. Is there a simple way to make this function create the file if it doesn't exist? Probably not. It's like, yeah, all you need to do is these 16 things. Already creates the file if it doesn't exist. If you want to ensure that the directory path, you can enhance the function with create directory path. The oracle strikes again. This is what it's good for, knowing stuff like this. Standard file system path, file name. If file path has parent path, create directories. You'll need to include file system. It is likely included in Genie PCH. It knows my project now. Okay, it's good. I don't mind if the folder doesn't exist on the getter. Now let's see what happens. I want to see this thing. Beep, 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 beep. It's going to make the folder, and now if I look, and I close it obviously, daisy train, C++, res, Genie, data, settings. Whoa. Then it will do that. Now there's a thing called render options.dat, which save our frustum culling. There's our serialization. And then we've initialized. So that's good. That's that one. So the theory is, once that's done, options, we just say render settings, render, this is going to be annoying, render settings, there is, I need to get rid of this serialize settings, options equals get render settings, and that's going to be in render get render settings, and we want render settings. This is going to be in render settings options. And then we just go options dot draw all widgets, and it should just remove these three. I wish it would. I wish it wouldn't. I wish it wouldn't do that either. It's going to draw them, but it's not actually going to change anything because they're not linked to the actual calls. But we also need to put a call on renderer. Come on, man, load. It's so slow to do this. You go this renderer. See how long it took? Renderer. 3, 4, 5, 6. Do we have a renderer shutdown? Void. Shutdown. I mean, these could be not in the renderer and be just all in the Genie, but maybe it'll be nice to have this. Huh? What? This is in render. Please, sir. Okay. Void render shutdown. So I like having my for loops back actually. I32 settings index, and those render settings count. Serialize settings. Settings equals gRenderer dot settings index, and then say settings dot encode enrollment. Oh, I really want to put these inside of a wrapper that's like a serialized settings data wrapper, so I don't have to type enrollment JSON. JSON equals settings encode, save JSON to file, settings dot file path, and the JSON. Alright, so this will save them all. If, I guess we want to say if settings dot autosave, then do that. We also need to call this thing from somewhere. It's a lot of fluffing about, man. Render shutdown. And then we need to get rid of these SSAO, use SSAO, and blur SSAO. This is all we've done. And build. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Find me the errors. Render SSAO pass. Why is there a boolean in there? Oh, because we don't know how to get it. Because before we were like, we don't know how to get it because it's in some IMGUI widget. But it's in the renderer. It doesn't make any sense. Save in the for loop for once at the end. Do you want to save in the for loop for once at the end? Yeah, you could save every time you change something, but that just means a lot of serialization going on in the background. That's my theory anyway. Options, if options dot use SSAO dot, oh, okay. Oh, this is where this thing sucks. This is where my whole system breaks down and I realize it sucks. Find field. And you gotta write it correctly. Yeah, that may be a bit of a bummer. I need to figure out a way to not have to do that. Enable SSAO. Dot get find field dot get bool. This is how we actually use this thing. The reason it has this, oh, this sucks. It wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it. Now we need to get it again. There you go, there's a nice piece of code. If get render settings, render setting options stop find field enable SSAO blur get bool then do this. Oh, I hate it. That's evil. There's got to be a better way. Actually, it was, yeah, it was, because that find, every time you do find, it has to iterate through the fields and find the one you want, which to me seems bad. Options. Oh, there we go. Enable SSAO. Well, it works. Oh, SSAO settings. Okay, yeah, interesting. So we look at raw and we look at blur and we disable SSAO blur. So raw. Well, it works, but at what cost? Man, I'm loving this music. But to test, we turn off SSAO and blur, we quit the game, we jump into our thing. Settings, autosave equals false by default. I believe that should be a true. So now it's going to load this. Actually, we can just edit the autosave true. Just do it. So it shouldn't have, it didn't record those. Just change one thing and recompile the whole freaking application, bruh. I'm blinking right now. Okay, so enable SSAO off and off. Could I render option settings? False, false, false. Load them up. Options, enable SSAO, lovely. That is just one thing that sucks though, is the getting of the field. Find field. The problem is if you keep them in a map or an unordered map, they don't render in the order that you want. So then you got to maintain two things, like an order and a map. And if they're in a vector, then you have to access one, you have to go look for it by its string. So string comparing for every field, which is probably not bad for like these small little options things. But having it in the core like render loop, I don't think I like that. No empty. One thing I do want to do is just get rid of this namespace. Field data, field range, field. I think I just want to get rid of this namespace. Now it's going to be like, why is this serialize everywhere? Well, we're just going to get rid of them all. Find and replace serialize ... with nothing. Replace all. Okay. Oh, you were asking a totally different question. You were asking a question about renderer. Why does it take like 20 seconds to find a file, man? Have you seen 10x? Well, there's going to be lots of different settings. So that's why I'm doing it in a loop, because I'm going to keep adding to these settings. Let's just check that we're not broken. Cool. Perhaps they need to be like in a thing, but there's an order. How do you do that? How many things do you need to maintain? That's a big to-do. Editor UI. Okay, so we replaced 3 things. You apply LUT. So this is like we need shader settings also, but for each different shader. So this is like the post-processing shader param. Debug depth, LUT intensity, LUT size. This can just be set at init, can't it? Can't we just set this? We don't need to set this every frame. You can go away. This is also post-processing params. SSAO setting param. And I don't even know if it's simpler just to leave it as is. Maybe the system's too convoluted. Well, we made our first settings. Don't have to carry on with it. But the system is there. I've got a couple more UI things in the game world.cpp. Init world. So world settings initialized. I made these wind settings some sort of hybrid. Wind settings load. I made them like their own type of settings with their own load and save functions. Oh, dude. Oh, man. Can I be bothered porting that into the new system? Wave settings. So this is all old wave setting stuff. Goodbye. To do make serialized settings. Improve this. Update grass. So these wind controls here. Move all this to the editor. This is all some stuff that Copilot cooked up, which I didn't really need. We're not even using any of this stuff. We're not using gusts. So wind settings, okay. grass controls, okay. One thing at a time, wind settings. Wait, we need all the wind setting stuff. Beep. We actually need a little panel for this probably. Draw render settings. Draw world loader. Let's make a void of a pod. Editor UI, draw wind settings. Plonk that all in there. And then make that function a reality. Void UI, draw wind settings. And then we can have a thing called UI draw wind settings. We turn it to false. Editor window wind settings. Just put it at the bottom. Chuck it at the bottom, bruv. Chuck it at the bottom, bruv. There. And then in the somewhere up here, menu bar, menu item, wind controls. Open window, editor window, wind settings. And then for the window count, if they're open, draw them. Boom. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, okay, we got bugs. Okay, now we have these particle shader. I don't think I need this in the particle shader, actually. Particle wind dot vertex shader. So all these things need to go away. All this stuff go away. World position. Vic 3. Interesting. We don't need any of this. And I wish you knew how to comment code. Visual Studio, if only you knew how to comment code, you'd be a formidable force. Just doesn't work. Oh, what? What is all this? Did I get rid of the wind settings? Wind settings equals G game world dot wind settings. Let's just override this. We've lost wind direction. This is why we need this to be a shader parameters. Yeah, because all this stuff could be one set of shader params that affects multiple things. The grass shader and the tree shader, they've all got the same things. Oh, that's painful to think about. Let's do it, because it's only like a few things. How to speed up Visual Studio search, file search. Tools, options, environment, preview features. Environment, preview features. That's not a thing. Index. Browse navigation. Disable database. False. Not VS Code, Visual Studio. Not that. What? Find results one window under results option. What? Maybe it's just bad. Find results table selected. Whatever. Init ocean shader. We have this lovely init ocean shader that creates all these things. So I guess we can shader param set settings equals get game shaders. Shader param set grass shaders and tree shader param set. Whoa. what we want is something called wind shader settings. Game shader tag. This should be like shader settings tag. Apply. Game shader settings tag. And this should be ocean shader settings. Yeah, apply. Grass shader settings. You can't go down, you can't down to select that. Yeah, I don't know why it's so fast. Why it's so not fast. Shader settings count. Okay. So I don't know if we need a tree shader params, but we'll have a wind shader params. And these have to line up. You can't just change these around. So we want a thing called init wind shader, wind settings or something. Void init wind settings. But this is like two different things. There's wind settings, but there's also shader parameters. Init wind settings. Which I'm already confused about. Oh, it's faster just to go over here and look for it. Down here we've got all this stuff. And we want to just go, we want to do this. We want to do this. We want to go shader param set reference wind params equals get shader settings. What is it? Get game shader params. Shader, and of course I put them in wind shader settings. And then what do? We do the load this thing. JSON wind data equals JSON from file. Load JSON from file. I guess it's kind of correct. Wind params dot file path. If wind data dot empty init wind params. So looking at this crap, Okay. Wind data dot add wind params. Params dot add param, of course. That's all floats. F32. The display name is wind strength map. Wind map scale. The uniform name is U. Oh, this is where we need like 2 editors open. Let's go foliage dot vertex shader. It's all of these. I was put on the other window for a moment. U wind strength map scale. The value is 0. I don't know. What is the actual one of this? File, open file, res, data settings, wind settings. Um, 0.05. And I think we want to do a standard vector of shader pointers, target shaders equals, can you do like this? Grass get shader game shaders dot grass shader game shaders dot tree shader. So this now wants, oh, this probably wants to be a range. Range. Min max 0.001 f 1.0 f maybe. And the shaders is the target shaders, and the precision is 3. Seems fine. Genie shader. Standard vector of shader targets. No suitable user-defined from. Oh, like that? No. What do you want, man? You want const standard vector string, standard string. Oh, that's awful. Oh, so we're writing like grass. Tree. Beautiful syntax, very low maintenance. Wind map speed. U wind strength scroll speed. I feel like this is just a recipe for trouble. Default of 73. Wind scrolls. Oh, we already did that. Wind map speed. Yeah. Wind strength factor. Wind strength factor. How do people actually do this kind of thing? Strength factor is 0.017, so it's a very small number. Wind Y position offset. Do we not save that? Interesting. Wind Y position offset. Wind Y position offset. We don't know what it is. I think I'm going to make it like 1. And we'll make it up to like 10. Wind sway factor. Sway factor 0.028 from 0.0 to 1. Fair. Wind sway speed. Doesn't get saved. How come none of this stuff gets saved? Init wind params. So then what? Then we need to save them. I guess you could just say save JSON to file the wind params dot file path and the wind params dot encode. Else what do we do on else? Settings.decode wind params.decode the wind data wind JSON. Apply chili beans. This is for like saving shader parameters, but also connecting them. So whenever you move the fader, it auto updates them. And then wind params dot update all shading frames. Okay, Chili, we heard you the 10th time. There's no dogs on the dog cam. Oh yeah, I heard you, Benzie. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Indeed. It's true. Actually, we heard you. Okay, B. Well done. Okay. So I'm just gonna not do any of this and see what happens. All of this stuff. I wish that Visual Studio had a way to comment things. Do I call in it win settings? Okay, win parameters. Wind JSON is empty. We make the target shaders. We save the file. We open a file. Wind shader parameters. There they are. Seekman. Then we update all the shader uniforms. Oh, shader grass not found. Shader tree not found. It's interesting. Oh, we should probably load them first. Okay, so it runs. Let's see what actually happens. Beezy, hello. Okay, so I don't see any grass movement at all. It's a bit of a shame. What about trees? We're dead in the water, guys. We may need a. We may have just also said to not update time. Alright, Beansy, I know, Chili Beans, I know. Let's update grass. I know, Beansy. I know. We're not setting the wind direction at all. Did we just yoink all that stuff and put it in the editor? Did we not put it anywhere? I know, Beansy, I know. It's terrible travesty, Beansy. Did we... not take that stuff? Did we not paste it anywhere? Oh. Well, we got the wind direction. But we're not actually updating any of the shaders with wind direction. We could just set wind direction. Oh, we didn't save this either. -1.0 and 0.0. Will that do anything? There it is. Okay, so it's doing something. Now, all we need to do, instead of doing all this, we'll just chill all this out for now. Hey, it did a comment that time. Why did it work that time? We can say if GUI begin when controls using the editor window reference window womdom equals gedit window. Did I do get window? Editor window win settings window dot open. Goodness me. And then we can say, we can also get the shader param set params equals get shader game shader params game wind shader settings, and say params dot draw all widgets, and I believe if any change, return any changed draw and update shader uniforms. We'll set the shader and set the uniforms. Perfect. Maybe. Dog's back in bed. Tools, wind controls. There they are. It actually worked. Yeah. This wind map speed needs to be very low. So just checking. If I set something crazy like that, this wind map speed is just so handies. It must have been multiplied. Oh, little. And then I quit. No, it's not going to save, is it? Because I didn't. Oh, maybe it will. Let's have a look. Let's track this wind shader param set. It saved. The numbers changed. Oh, the numbers changed. Because I've already set up these shader params to autosave at the end of... Wait, autosave is false. Maybe I'm not checking for it. Yeah, look at that. Buddy boy. It was a lot of pain. But then we get to draw all widgets. Draw all. Draw all widgets. Draw all. Draw all. Wait, there should be a thing. Autosave true, save shader params. Autosave true, man. Always save. Is that right? Do we always want to save? I think we do. I'm going to set this to true. Settings. We need to definitely change this. That's much better, much easier to read when it's written like a child. Right. And then we should probably set this in the game shaders. Game shaders.cpp 4.5 game says here shader settings, let's say if shader settings dot autosave, then save the settings. Now, if I was to just manually do this, because it might be easier, that's not the instance of that thing. Did I just close it? This is 10x Notepad, by the way. Recent files, wind shader params, and we would have set the field of wind map scale, wind map speed, range type 1, value min is 0.001, and the max is like 0.1, something like that, and the value is going to be 0.05. Will that just work? You wonder why the actual game mechanics take so long. It's all this stuff. There's a little bit more setup and messing around, but then once it's set up, then it's just like you don't need to even worry about pass error while passing unexpected. Okay, my bad. No, did that just change everything? It did. It was that comma. Okay. I can still change it. Value, wind map speed. Now what? Just be careful when you're editing JSONs. Oh, we've got this lovely wind all of a sudden. It's a little genteel. Where's wind? Wind controls. I think the wind strength factor real low, but the wind sway factor, I don't want it to push so much. I want it to sway in place. Because then you turn up the sway speed, doesn't do anything. Funny, I remember thinking like the Ghost of Tsushima wind system is just so epic, and then I was watching the new one and I saw like some weird buggy looking wind. I was like, dude, I thought they were the wind masters. Release date. Well, the plan is I'd like to get some sort of playable demo, and I don't know how long that's going to take. I'd like to I kind of need to get a demo together by the end of the year, maybe. I mean, I'd like it to be sooner. Hopefully things will speed up, because we're moving back home, and Lou is also we're also going to be having a baby. So I'm trying to figure out how to keep working on daisy trains, but then I'm also going to have to be earning a lot of money. So I'd like to, I don't know if there's a pathway to like get it to a point and put it in front of people. Thanks. And maybe find some way to get funding or do a Kickstarter or get a publisher or something. I don't know. So first thing is to like get it playable so I can present it to the world and be like, hey, this thing's worth making, finishing, completing, but I might need some help. So I should probably get onto it. Oh, that does that now, I see. Anyway, need 3 assets, thanks. Yeah, I don't know how easy or difficult it's going to be to... I guess the plan was... Notes, shader params, game settings to serial. Okay, we'll say that's a win there. Move all editor UI. Yeah, I guess the plan was to have, okay, I'm working on UI basics, some fix-ups, but then there's a lot of art stuff. And I guess I just want to replace the temp art with more temp art, because everything's kind of temp until it's final. Yep. I think that's good. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling like we're making some progress. I like the way the trees move. They're like... Yeah, what else was there? There's a few things. There's most of the stuff is out of GUI and into here. I guess we lost... we got wind controls. And they're kind of all good. We've lost some options. Like daisy planting algorithm, but that's all fine. You did the that train engine, eh? You can see the shadow map like struggling hard with the... Yeah, it looked really good. Don't tell Dragon Laser. It's sunset and daisy trains. I expect that to be a bit more saturated. It's a lovely sunset and daisy trains. I can really see the banding going on. Update tree shader, so this does that, it sets all the good stuff. That's nice. Update ocean shader, update grass shader, does all this nice stuff. And then the wind settings are all inside their own settings. Does that mean we don't need those other wind settings? It's like they're gone. Most of them are shader parameters. Oh, that's a 4-hour 39 code cleanup. Ah! Oh wait, who did that? This is, I don't know if we've done all the UI. I am GUI. Find all. Genie definitions, Genie profiler, Genie renderer. That's commented. Serialize. Yeah, that's alright to draw widgets. Well, I guess that's a little dependency there, eh? And then it's all in the editor. Anything in the world? Game world. I'm GUI begin grass controls. We got rid of it. Daisy sample scale. Yeah. Pop item width. Or begin ocean settings. Oh yeah, this needs to go into the editor. I think that was a good effort. How much code do we have? Oh yeah. Some, not that much. Going to model a port when you were looking for a new one, but wasn't sure. Yeah, I guess our style, we're still kind of discovering it. The style is kind of like fun, stylized, I think. I don't know how to really. I think this was a Kenny model, so obviously it's a little bit like gingerbread housey, but starting down this kind of level of detail. And this is probably a bit small, needs to be scaled up a bit. This is probably a bit too in the real, trying to be something. I guess I just want it to look fun, and one of the big things is going to be the texturing, but yeah, we could texture it. Yeah. We do have like a Daisy Trains mirror, I think. Don't know whether we've got any art stuff. I mean, we've got like some inspiration stuff. These are more just like, we're trying to find stations. They're a hard thing to like show it's a train station very easily. These are some things that Lou made with ChatGPT. How funny is that, eh? I love that one. I mean, these are kind of where I got the bridge idea from. These are some isometric things of ports, but they're probably a little simplistic. I might make the port bigger than 1 square or something, just because, oh yeah, this is a photo we took down by the water. There's me and the dogs. And there's this big old crane thing. It's kind of cool. Yeah, maybe we have to do some looking at. Where's my unlock button? Oh, there. Looking at some art styles of existing games or something. Settle on a level of detail. Like, I like the train level of detail. Doesn't have to be like fully sick. Also, there's a lot of stuff going on, so maybe it doesn't need to be super high poly or anything. But yeah, I've fallen into this trap here. But yeah, I don't really want to ask anyone for anything. If you feel like doing something, you're welcome. Oh, is this not getting an over UI call? Should be. Oh. Fulfilled false. They all have to be fulfilled, sir. I am going to bail. I'm going to commit this madness. Big, what did I call the last commit? View all commits. Make everything good part 1. Make everything good part 2. Push. With all those delicious commits. All right, well, Shank, thanks for hanging out. Doogies. Good beezy. What's that one? Oh, Mr. Booty Boy. Hey, buddy, what's this one up here? Boop. Peace, and thanks for hanging out. Good times programming.
We're not too sure exactly how we're going to do it, but it's going to happen.
I will catch you on to the next one.